check, microphone check, 1, 2, 3. Hello there, everybody. Welcome in. I hope everybody's having a good weekend so far. And an even greater one from this point on. Today, we are going to gather the rest of the Lazarus files from the Last Rites missions. And we shall see what else we're going to be doing. Hey there, Britt. What's Nothing's not much. How are you doing? What you up to? Oh, wait. Okay. I don't need that. We do need that. And I don't need that. And that. All right. Wait, before I forget, screenshot. There we go. I'm gonna have to check how many screenshots do I have. I have a bunch of them, I think. You stink as well, Shadow. Welcome in. What are we all doing? We are doing Last Rites, the new missions that Ubisoft added to Ghost Recon Wildlands last week. Well, no, not last week. The week before last week. Well, it's Sunday, so I guess last week. Last Thursday. Not this last Thursday, but the one before that. And last Saturday, we've actually done the missions themselves. La Llorona, whatever, however you say that. Because I've noticed that even in game, people say it differently. And all we have left is the Lazarus files. The documents, which is basically the same like with the other documents from the main game. Yes, Ubi made new missions for Wildlands, indeed. They actually did a lot more than that. They made these new missions. They re-added the Predator. And they added a bunch of settings. Some world settings, some actual options settings like difficulty, some ghost parameters, some hot stuff, all the way at the end are there. Yep, Predator. Hope you're doing good, dude. I just drop in time. I'm doing all right. You know, hanging in there. One day at a time. One day at a day.
I'll drive.
How are you, Shadow?
Alimento las cerraduras con mis pensamientos. Los gritos de mis hijos hacen girar los cerrojos. Las puertas del cielo y del infierno se abrirán para
when was that? 2 days ago? I think 2 days ago. Thursday. Yes, it was Thursday. We've also been a guest. We had a guest appearance on Jet's stream where we did also Predator and these missions for him. And I actually took a look and I have 9 more documents to collect. Alien vs Predator, not Predator. No, not Alien vs Predator. Just the Predator. The same Predator mission that was already in the game previously, but they took it out due to copyright. Whatchamacallit? I can't think. It was time up for the copyright, so they took it out. And now they seem to have. It seems like they got it back.
Drone is airborne.
There's a sniper, a heavy,
Tango marked.
a few regulars. There's another regular.
That whip's got
Okay, my pet is back in Wildlands. Your pet? Oh, the Predator? What the heck? I was about to ask, what the heck is that? But it's not a... I thought it was a thing above somebody's head. But it's on the ground. Doing good, chilling, enjoying life. Good, good. Some movie Predator. Not Chris Hansen Predator. Yes. I can kill my Predator. You... Huh? To the role to be killed. What the heck? I thought you can't kill it because, like, you just can't. What's this? We're here for the document. The document. Sheesh. I suck at shooting today. It seems like. You don't wanna? What the heck? Also, I did some changes. First of all, as you can see, I have only one primary weapon. Wait, where's that? Options, right? Those parameters, yeah. So, first of all, I activated the tactical reload. So, if we reload while we still have some ammo in the current mag, we're gonna lose that. Just like Ghost Mode. We have only one primary weapon instead of two, just like Ghost Mode. The revive, I don't care about the revive. I love that as is. And difficulty-wise, I actually changed as well. Enemy firepower modifier, I put to 200% from 190, so it's not much of a difference. And enemy endurance, I lowered all the way to 50%. Because there's no reason for them to be bullet sponges. So they hit hard, but I also hit hard. And, well, the other things I left as they were. 100%, 140, and 13 seconds. Everything else, so besides enemy firepower modifier and enemy endurance, everything else is the same as the default extreme difficulty is. Well, this is the extreme difficulty. Let me actually show you this. So 190%, this was a 200%. Vehicle breakability, 100%. This went down to 50%. Enemy perception modifier left at 140. And health regeneration delay left at 13 seconds. Would you like to... No, I don't want to save. Okay, good. Oh, and I did turn off the interaction shader. So no shit is gonna be glowing on my display. Oh shit. What the fuck? Oh, Jishan, he's not alone. Okay, fuck. A recording of Lyroma preaching to her followers. Okay. Today? Wait, what today? Today what? Nice customs, thank you.
What is a face but a mask?
Really? That's all she had to say? What is a face but a mask? Are you serious? I'm sure that's not all she had to say. Which one was it? Recording, preaching.
What is a face but a mask? A face is a lie. But you are faceless, my embers. You walk in truth, my truth. Look upon the faces of the outsiders. Smiling jackals with promises and Boliviano. They would strip our forests, poison our rivers, scar our land. Those sweaty faces are the masks of the corrupto. They are the devils that offer kisses but eat our tongues. Their gifts are a snare. Their existence is a death sentence. When you find them, remove their faces and you will see the lie behind them.
Yeah, yay, and stuff. Sure, yay, I guess. I mean, today only? Better shoot it now. Wow. Fuck you too, man. Fuck you too. Alright, I do wanna get this open, even though I'm pretty sure that there's nothing there. So we're gonna okay, and we're gonna take this car.
Move out, I'm on your 6.
It's sort of a special car. Special Lambo. I do like this one, the gray one. Little hybrid. What a show off. What do you mean? It's not mine. I can't even call this in. Okay, I think this is where we have to turn right. Yes, okay. This BS car. Why? What don't you like about it? It's an awesome car. I'm not sure if it's awesome for Bolivia. I'm not sure what car is awesome for, what Lambo is awesome for Bolivia on these roads, but whatever. Hey there, Leo. Welcome, welcome. Do you feel how steady the Lambo is now? You're not skidding off the road in every turn? Yeah, I guess so. Alright, I have to, to get in a Lambo on the main game where I can actually go properly. Lambo? Yeah, Lambo. It's supposed to be a Lambo. Even the APC is more steady at full speed. Oh, really? Okay. Whoa, what the fuck was that? Okay, there we go. We're back. And, ooh, we do have something here. Alright. Wait, who was even asking? I think it was Evo that was asking. But this is that. Okay. I think it was Kevo that was asking where all the what's it called? Lazarus files are, because he couldn't find them. All right, we should be done, pretty much done in these two provinces, Espiritu Santo and Villa Verde. And now we should go down. Should we go down to Caimanes or to Okoro? Okoro is smaller. Celio, you just proven my point by getting an off-road car in Bolivia. Trust me, you need those kind of cars in Andes Mountains to get around. Off-road cars? Well, yeah, that's why I'm saying. I'm not sure why. What use would a Lambo be on these kind of roads? These kind of anything.
Go ahead.
Hang on, I'll drive.
Did you finish the Last Rites, Leo? Did they change the car physics? The minivan now glides over the rocks, and the YG is more usable off-road too. I mean, if Leo says it's less slidey. Well, yeah, I guess it kind of is. For me, it's harder to tell because of the fact that I'm using... Oh, shit. That I'm using keyboard to drive. But I also don't really drive that much, so... Wait, shit, I was supposed to get something marked. Shit, I'm gonna have to go all the way back. I haven't done Last Rites. I was asked to stream together, so I'm saving it for that. Oh, okay. Click, click, hello? What the fuck? Ah, because it's outside. Who are you streaming it with, if I may ask? Yeah, we do have to turn around. Dang it. The white Jeep was bad. I forgot actually. I kind of like the white Jeep. Granted, I drive like a getaway driver. Line drives like he's delivering DoorDash. What does that even mean? Delivering DoorDash. Friend of mine, Mini. Ah, okay. When are you gonna be streaming? When are you guys gonna be streaming it? I was about to say, then jump in and let's do it. But never mind then. Tomorrow on my afternoon? Ooh, okay. Wait, tomorrow your afternoon. Yeah, I'll be asleep. Am I not? By that time. We got that. He's taking road to chill, but in GTRP he is off-road like a madman. What the heck does that even mean? What the heck? Bulan drives. Hey there, Lou. Welcome in. Bulan drives like he's driving a Toyota Corolla. Wow. Half hour from now tomorrow? Half hour from... Yeah. I will most probably gonna be asleep by then. Or trying to anyway. It's tomorrow Sunday. I have absolutely no fucking idea what's gonna happen next week. Everything's fucked at work. But we'll see. How are you doing, Lou? What you up to? Attack shadow. You're poking and pushing. So we should still have 8 more Lazarus documents files to collect. We do have most of Okoro still in the black, and about half, I guess, of Kaiman is in the black that we have to discover. And the interesting lore bits we found today, that just started. We've gotten only one. Let me just play it. What the fuck? Which one was it? A recording of La Llorona preaching to her followers. This one.
What is a face but a mask? A face is a lie. But you are faceless, my embers. You walk in truth, my truth. Look upon the faces of the outsiders. Smiling jackals with promises and Boliviano. They would strip our forests, poison our rivers, scar our land. Those sweaty faces are the masks of the corrupto. They are the devils that offer kisses but eat our tongues. Their gifts are a snare. Their existence is a death sentence. When you find them, remove their faces and you will see the lie behind them.
Yeah, that's all we found so far. But I have a feeling we're gonna find something here as well. So yeah, this is not much. Should we go in? Fuck it, let's go in. You suspected. So they're gonna see us. We are so freakishly lucky. None of them saw us. Like, actually saw us all. Do it, go in again. No, I'm not gonna go in again. The heck? Okay, let's see. Do we have a jammer here?
Target sighted.
Usually
There,
we don't.
by the container.
Okay, now either.
Found Santa Blanca's Okoro base. Looks like they got an old slaughterhouse here.
We've been picking up chatter for more than a year about something like this.
Oh, wait, actually.
The biggest
Oh shit! There's no document here. Oh well, never mind.
Main lab in the country.
Moving on.
Could be the cartel converted the slaughterhouse for this exact purpose. Knock it out, and Ellen
Karen?
Asaria's well and truly
Yes,
fucked.
they
Security's supposed to
did
be
it so
state-of-the-art.
well
The main door requires
that
the key
actually I won't be
code
able to
and
get that.
changes every
They did it so
Think
well
Ellen Asaria's
that
assistant has the code?
you
Worth
do
checking
get
out.
the
Go
calls
ask.
from the base game. You know, just Ubisoft stuff. Their bugs and shit. We were getting the Espiritu Santo talk as well about La Santera when we were there. So, yeah. Copy pasted the campaign map and wrote it over. Got it? Pretty much, yep. From what I noticed, you won't get it until you finish the missions. But after that, you're gonna start getting the base game dialogues as well. We're just gonna go there. Because, I mean, yeah, that's the only way to go, so. And I guess that means that we are doing a Coro, since we're here. What is this, though? Okay, I remember now. Shit, come on. Is that the Unidad? Did I see that right? Wait, actually, is there something here? No, there's nothing here. So never mind. Moving on. What the heck? All the files are gonna be in... Oh. All the files are gonna be in Caimanes. We got still 8 files to go. Oh, there's Unidad. There is Unidad. So Emily was actually a liar. Unidad did not move out. I was wondering about this, but I kinda had a feeling that this is how they would do it. It's basically this part of the map is Unidad controlled, whilst the northern part is the one from Penitentes, controlled by Penitentes. Shit, I keep forgetting. There's nothing here either. So, never mind. Actually, there is something further, so we shall see there too. Alright, nothing down there either. Is there something there? It doesn't look like it. We are going to keep going though, to discover this dark spot of the map. And then down here, I can't even get down here other than either going off-road or taking these walkable paths. Actually, wait, no. We can from here. Yeah, whatever. So far, let's go.
I'll drive.
Going on menu.
But yeah, so far from what I see, they basically left... Shit. they basically left the places as they were, except the ones that have to do with the actual mission, and they just swapped Santa Blanca with the Penitentes, and that's it. You mentioned you can't use air vehicles in this? Well, you could if you could find any, but there are none. That's a problem. So that's why you can't. There are no air vehicles. And you cannot use rebel support whatsoever. No calling in vehicles, no spotting, no absolutely anything rebel. And guess what? We just discovered the outside the map. Okay, south of here, I actually wonder if we can... South of here, so basically that way. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. It doesn't show on the map, but you can actually discover things outside the map as well. Yep, there we go. Okoro Dispensary.
Wake up. Unidad approaching.
It just won't show up on the map. That's it. Ah. Alright, whatever. Ubisoft is so lazy. It's even lazier than me. And that is something. That's a feat. And to be even lazier than me.
Clear out. I'll meet you there. All right, let's roll.
Should probably move that marking from there. Should we go this way? And we also have to check the jungles, because supposedly there are stuff around in the jungle, like little landmark kind of things, not marked on the map, but like just there. I kind of want to see if, well, if first of all we can find any, and then second of all, what the heck it is. But yeah, all you can do is drive cars, bikes, and use boats. That's it. No helicopters, no planes. Unless we're gonna find any down here in Caymanes, which I kind of doubt we will. We did see a flying... Oh, we did see a civilian flying a plane. So they do exist. They're just not on the ground. You know what I should have done? I should have brought it down with a... with the EMP drone. I don't even remember where it was. I'm not sure if I would have been able to fly it anyway, like take off. because it's pretty dense everywhere. Here. Your village or town or whatever. Yeah, I guess it is a little bit. It does have a little bit of a better handling like this. So, did any of you guys try out the GRW FPS swapper by any chance? Seems more steady, the Lambo. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, shit. Nope, not yet. Alright. Not yet. But I've also not played Wildlands in a few weeks. Okay. Sorry, not yet. Alright. I was just wondering. Well, outside of playing the new update. Yeah. Alright. There is a jammer, yep. Okay.
Can't see squat. My drone's being jammed.
So... Yep. See? It's the Penitentus.
Sniper up in the tower.
Okay, you go down. There should be another one, I think, on the same side as the sniper. Yep. Yep, so it's basically exactly the same as with Santa Blanca.
Fanatic sporting a rifle.
Have you checked
Over
Ghost
by the
Mode?
turret.
Are the new settings available in Ghost Mode 2? I did not. I have not checked Ghost Mode. That is a good question, though. I do wonder if they added the... what's it called? Ghost experience? Ghost parameters. To Ghost Mode as well. We might check. Okay, so those are the veterans. And those are the regulars. Oh shit.
Hold up, they're gonna spot you. Got it. Moving.
There we go.
I got a masked individual here.
Close to that stack of tires.
Okay, we didn't fuck it up. Too bad. All I want is just take care of this. Like that, so I can do proper recon. Alright, let's see.
They got a generator over here. Want to shut off their lights?
Here's target number 5.
Wait, I came in here. Is there actually... There is no... Why am I doing this to myself? There is no freaking Lazarus file in there, so there's no reason to go in there. Ah, shit. It's bugged out again. There is a Lazarus file there, though. Oh, that's not what I meant to press. Okay, so out we go. We did take care of the jammer, so that should be fine.
Masked machine gunner there.
Near the helipad. See?
That should help us for here as well. So it is good that we
Sniper.
did all
top
of
the
that.
tower.
Let's see about the sniper here. Is he gonna be here as well? I say yes. Yeah, of course.
Sniper out there.
There he is. And so that means that there is another one. Oh, where was it? Wait, okay, wait. This actually kind of looks a bit different, I think. This actually looks a kind of bit of a different, I think. There's one of these here. Oh, there it is. With the sniper. Okay, never mind, I didn't say anything.
That's 15.
That's exactly the same. Ah, Ubisoft.
I got a Cerebro brand sub. Eyes on those flanks. Let's take it out
The
fast.
Cerebro's brand sub. Are you serious? All we're missing is just the rebels from the cages. Then we have everything. Okay, we're not gonna go that way. We're gonna go around and go straight for a document. We might take the snipers though, because those might be a little bit of a problem. Not much, but still, a little bit. And maybe those 3 guys, 2 guys, 3 guys, whatever, some guys. Like this guy. Fuck the sniper.
We're still good.
I'm gonna take that guy as well, because I want to. And then there's one more guy, this guy. And then we should be fine. On this side. So, another document, let's see. No smoke without fire. Unidad report on the disappearance of several officers and their families. Column of smoke spotted in jungle. Patrol sent to investigate a possible wildfire. Our men didn't report back. Families vacated their lodgings shortly after. All we have is a couple of resignation letters. Forged? Brought by a local kid. Interrogation revealed nothing but blind faith his mother would return for him. Kid may not know the whereabouts of my officers, but he'll learn something. In the meantime, I'm sending more men out there. What the fuck happened? Okay. So this is what I'm talking about. There should be some shit out there in the jungle. Imagine the rebels attack you. That would be an interesting turn. The rebels. Well, first they would have to be here. But they're not even here. Okay, so we're good with that. Let's pass the Kaimanis Alpha as well. Actually, we will be able to take
Hang on, I'll drive.
another, what's it called? Another Lambo from there. Or at least we should be able to. There should be one. The purple one. Yeah, but like surprise attack and show up buried themselves in the swamp. Oh, that kind. Yeah, nah. That's too much. That's too much for Ubisoft, and that's too much for the rebels. Don't ruin my ideas, sir. Okay, fine. I didn't say anything. Yep, there it is. The purple Lambo.
Go on without me.
It does feel kind of empty without the rebels at the safe houses. I'm too used to it. Alright, let's go there. That should be the next one. And what is that actually? Is that the airstrip? Yeah, that should be the airstrip. Wait, no, that should... That's the network station. That should be the child's hut. You purple, I used to like purple. It's okay, this is not Unidad, nor is it Unidad's car vehicle. So we good. We are good. Oh. Do you even wonder why do they call them airstrips if they are underground? What the heck are you? Wow. Just wow. Child's hut, there we go. Now, is there something there? No. Well, not what we were looking for.
Guns down.
The child
Don't
is
need to
there.
frighten these people.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna... They didn't change this. He's gonna run away as we get close. He's gonna run away and he's gonna disappear. There's the child. You need that, ruin that for me. Of all the Lord's creations, are you telling me the airstrips?
We've got our objective. Saddle up and let's get to work.
Look at that. There he goes. And there he disappeared. Climb? The heck? I don't know. Didn't even know you can climb that. Alright, going further, so let's go that way. So that is, how many more do we have? Do we need? All the way down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 more. Do you think all 7 would be here? I don't think so. Plot twist, that shot is El Cerebro. What the heck? That would definitely be a plot twist. Well, well, well. Look at this Bulan is running around. Because I'm forced to. I'm forced to.
Going on
But
me.
even now, I'm not running everywhere. I'm driving to lots of places. Mm-hmm. I do wonder if some of those documents that we don't find are like out in the jungle at those places that I was talking about. That is what I'm wondering about. What is this? This is a helipad. Wait, was this a question mark? Oh no, it wasn't. Oh, we do have Caimanes. Okay. That would be awesome twist. He's still on foot. Hey there, Benji. Solo play or co-op? Well, at the moment we're just gathering the rest of the files from the Last Rites. I don't want to go all the way around. Isn't there a way that we can go there? Like other than going all the way around? How are you doing, Benji? Did you finally install the game? Ah, shit. We do have to go around. Or we just go this way and we won't. We go only this far. What the fuck? There we go. That's just 600 meters. There, now I'm on foot. Is there a carrot at the end of that rope? We shall find out. Lazy Dogo? Fuck yeah, I'm lazy. I'm very lazy. But Ubisoft is even lazier.
Drone is airborne.
About time. Oh, what the heck do you mean by that? Are you serious? There's nothing here too? Either? Seven more Lazarus files. 7 more. Where the actual heck did you guys put it?
We're gonna look around here for some intel.
No, not really, because there shouldn't be any
Enemy
intel here.
activity. Stay sharp.
Fuck it, I'm gonna take this. Love it. You ran for shit and found nothing. I'm enjoying this.
Set.
Am I?
Let's go.
Wow. Yes. Yes. You are evil. We cannot go that way, but we can go this way. And just out of curiosity, why the heck is nothing showing on a minimap? Like the GPS, why is it not showing the way to go? What the heck? I bet you Waldo and Carmen Sandiego, oh shit. Carmen Sandiego know where the files are? Oh, what the heck? Okay, I don't know who the heck is that second person. That's all the way up there. Can we even go there? Here we can. Okay, that one we're gonna have to see. Okay, first let's check this. And then we're gonna go to the mark. Maybe there's one more here. And I think the other one is in the jungle. Oops, there we go. Nothing here either? The heck? This is just getting weirder and weirder. So, well, we still have to look at that one place. And maybe this one as well. But so far 6 or 7 files, maybe 5, but I would say 6 or 7. 6 or 7 files are just fuck knows where. We have to find them somewhere. Not at landmarks, or not at marked landmarks. And also, yep, there was absolutely nowhere, no air vehicle whatsoever. Okay. Oh, there are these two as well. Yes, let's go and check those ones out as well. And then we're gonna go to the other mark up on the mountain. He steals expensive stuff and never gets caught. Wow. If Nina was here, she would get it. I think Carmen Sandiego is more American. Okay. Fictional character, of course. Okay. Don't make me say it. Don't make you say what? Say it. Just say it. Say it. Of course. Of course. Of fucking course the civilians fuck up everything. Get the fuck in. Wait, this is not even a fucking hell. Oh, it is a thing. A landmark. You said 6 or 7. Oh my goodness. That thing, okay, never mind. Wow. Say within TOS, of course. Would you ever restart Ghost Recon? I'm restarting each time that I'm doing... Dude, I was literally... What the fuck? I'm restarting each time that I'm doing Ghost Mode. Nope, nothing here either. Alright. That leaves us to one more question mark. And that's it. So all those 6 or 7. Lazarus files are somewhere out there in unmarked locations. Leaving, please. No, no 6. I can't. Somebody throw Lou out the window. Okay, well, we won't be able to go up there with the car. So we're gonna get as close as we can, and then you can be happy, Shadow, because we're gonna be going on foot. There is like a little road here. We're gonna attempt to take this. Whoa, shit. I threw my niece in the pool this summer for 6-7 too much. What? She's okay, just saying. I was laughing as well, so. Wow. Yeah, that's better. 700 meters. Less than 700 meters. We should actually... I know there's no reason to go up there. I'm dumb. There is absolutely no reason to go up there until we find out if there's something or not. And of course there is not. So, where the fuck is everything? That's the other question now. Here is the airstrip. How should we even go about this? How should we even go about this? Sorry, I was just checking something. The junglish part is mostly here. The more jungly part.
Buckle up, people.
I'm in. Let's go.
Okay. Anybody, any ideas? Right, is there a vehicle? There is no vehicle here. Wait, what? Bright as possible. Wow, what the heck? Okay. Wait, no. Which one is that? Operator? Are these the... No. Iconic skins. Where is... And also, thank you for the bits, Shadow. There we go. I know they will be changed. Is that bright enough for you? I'm freaking light yellow. Middle of the... in the middle of the freaking jungle. Oh. Oh. We will be able to cross here somewhere. At least that's what it looks like that we should be able to. There we go, yep. Nice. And GIG and yellow, yep. Yes, okay, good. I'll keep going this way, okay. I activated those, but to be honest, I didn't really do anything about them. Perfect gamma. What the heck? All you need is torch now. A torch, alright. Hey, there should be some tangos here. Theoretically. Or not. They're only here when the... What's it called? When the plane is here. I guess. I saw them now and was like, what would I choose? Yeah, I was messing around looking into the settings on Twitch. And I saw those. I was like, oh yeah, fine, let's activate them. Oh, let's not go with the car in there. Well, I did it. I went through all 793 pages of tracked mods.
Have you ever seen a caiman in its natural habitat, Fantasma? I married one. This country is full of such cold-blooded creatures. They have beautiful skin and an inviting smile. Did you know they kill their own offspring?
Okay, that was new. That was definitely new. Talking about caimans. That's a civilian. And there's nothing here. Still, that was new. Okay, we did check. That was the helipad. Okay, wait. Also, let me finish reading up. Some mods on Nexus for Fallout 4. Got what I wanted downloaded, etc. Or making it more fun. And yes, Bolan, there is a Mark 18 mod for Fallout 4, and it has a lot of add-ons for the ultimate and tactical LARPing. Yeah, I know. I think you even showed me. You're wearing my favorite outfit. Right. You know, William. This shall be named a Leo fit now. What the heck? Oops, not that. Well, it is called Leon. Address the whole team with that, and we go out to find the exploding toxic barrels around the map. Fun roleplay. Of course, explosions. Ah, shit. Yeah, of course, explosions. Okay, that is the... what's it called? The network station. Yeah, with the P90 usually. This... Oh, that's the place where we leave the boat. With this. Puerto Chico coming up. I don't recall this place. River Market. Okay, I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go check out that place.
Better not roll this thing.
Of course you do. Of course you do, Shadow. You are with all sorts of role-playing. There's only so many times I can go capture El Cardenal. Or to back off, I'm a scientist dude. Back off, I'm a scientist dude. Jensen, Marcus Jensen. Got to use some imagination to keep the game fresh. Right. I do kind of want to play the other game modes as well. Not just the survival. The only problem with those is that for one person, it's gonna be boring. Well, not initially, but after they settle in, it's gonna be boring. Okay, now you can be happy, Shadow. We're gonna be going on foot. So we're gonna have to see if we see anything to look around. To find shit.
We've got enemy activity nearby.
Actually, I should probably do it like this. To see it a bit from further up. If we can find something or not. Go for the stick, be a good puppy. Yeah, no,
All
I
good,
won't
all
be a
clear.
good puppy. I will not. There's the unit I base. I have a feeling it's more like in the jungle section rather than in these places. And that's gonna be even worse because we can't even look from higher up. It was too far even for me. Oh, dang. Yeah, good. What is that? That's a road, isn't it? Yep. That is the road, not just a road. I don't even know what we're going for here anymore. Oh yeah, the end of this road. I don't remember what this road is for. Is a Santa Blanca, a white Jeep here. Is this... I think this is, what's it called? An antenna. Where there's usually an antenna. Which is actually not here now. Okay. Hot summer? Don't even mention. Don't even mention it. It's freakishly hot. Now it's a little bit better. A little bit. But, okay. All right, to the jungle we go. Hot summer. We had an emergency message from the government due to it. Thinking out loud and going to the jungle. Oh, what's this? Is it just a random car? With a tent? Probably civilians. Okay, this is not a usual... But there's nothing here. It's one of the... No, that is actually there. Even like on the map. It did come from there. It passed across this bridge. You had one last year with those messages as well. You guys are having just one messages? We are usually having them. Even though it's kind of weird because we didn't have them now. Rarely have them. Are very important. Yeah. The government here, I'm not sure if they know what very important is. I mean, no, okay, no, they are right. Most of the times when they send it, it is like bad. But I'm kind of surprised that they didn't send one now when we had the crazy hot times. Like for war type of stuff. I see. Okay, here we go. So this is gonna be full of the penitentes. Oh no, of unit head, okay.
Tango.
Even better, I guess. Not really. It's a recent one, caught us off guard. Stop yawning, you're making me yawn, and I had my siesta. What are you talking about? I didn't yawn. What did you hear? I wasn't yawning. You chill there.
We're good to go.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this shit going on is gonna be in there, in that part of the jungle. Not here, where we came from. I just saw that this boat is like on top. What the heck? The message was don't be dumb and dry grass because of wildfires. Right. That was the one we had last year. The fuck? I just Ubisoft. Just Ubisoft being Ubisoft. Can we? Oh, shit, come on. Yes, that's exactly where I want to go. Up there. There we go. Hello? The fuck? You know what I just realized? I don't think I saw any supplies in here in the Last Rites either. Like supply crates. I mean, not supply crates. But yeah, supplies. Just simply supplies. Okay, I see what you mean by lazy now. Differing after a message was given like hours later, someone had a barbecue and set 5 gardens on. What the fuck? So they just didn't listen. That shit true. No supplies at all. Yeah, I don't think I saw any. The rebels finally came back and took them. They finally came for the whatchamacallit, for the GPS locators that we set around 4 or 5 years ago. I mean, the message did look dumb, but what the heck? What was the message? You're making me curious, Brit. I mean, I know a person did the same last year, and he almost burned down his house. Sheesh. It was written so weirdly. I think there should be some tangos here as well. Maybe, or maybe not. Seems like not. Yeah, seems like not. Like 3 paragraphs. I had it twice, skimmed it, and skipped it. Okay. Right, no, not passenger. Driver.
Alright, let's roll.
Gonna go this way. And we're gonna actually keep going into the jungle. Wait, where are we? Oh, wait. No. Let's do this like a bit more methodically. I'm gonna go northeast. And then come back southwest, I think. Where did we find the document talking about sending out Unidad? I mean, sending out troops, and that they didn't turn back. They didn't return. Here. It was here in San Miguel's ruins. I wonder if it's somewhere around here. No Lotus today? No, she said that she might have to go out. And she's just waiting for a message. And you know what? Let me write her. There. Or people are asking for you. Although they said Unidad was back, I don't think I saw much of them. Oh, it's in the southern side. If you come here on the southern side, it's all Unidad. And then up north is Penitentes. I wonder if it's like in the swamps. Fuck Unidad. Sorry, I have huge trauma with them. Hey, now you can set Unidad lower. Where is it? There. Just either set it to reduced or disable the patrol rates, both for the ground vehicles and for the helicopters. So now you can do that. You should be fine. You should be all fine. I wonder if it's in the same place where the Predator mission has its stuff. And that would be somewhere around here, I think. Wait, Camargo Camp. You can also limit the unit level alert. Alert level. Yes, that too. You can set it, you can disable that too. Or you can set it all the way from 0 to 4. And I'm forever traumatized from back when I first started playing this game. I'm gonna be setting up a vehicle patrols to reduced. Nothing pisses me off more than going to do a stealthy infill and then a random vehicle goes, I'm here to ruin your day. Alright. Because nowadays won't know what the true wildlands was like. Right. How wild these lands were. Okay, this is just too close to the... Okay, let's go down there. Let's check down there if we can find anything. Okay, so that's the whatchamacallit. There's a tower. What you applauding for, Shadow? I do wonder one more thing, if we can actually get to this dark side here. Because this is actually out of the map in the base game from what I remember. Being on foot, what the heck. There we go. Okay, wait. These don't go well together. Audio. Music. There. Okay, give me a second, guys. There we go. Sorry about that. Oh, wait. That. Okay, there we go. Second given. Thank you. Let's attempt to go that way. Let's see. How far can we go? Can we actually go to that dark spot? Dark area? On that other side. That's... Oh, we can. Okay. So they did open it up. Okay. Is that something? The mountain. That's the mountain. That was way more though. Yeah, I needed more, I guess. You forgive me. Thank you. Thank you. Well, Britt, I guess I have good news. She said she will stop by. Don't know when. so y'all can have your dose of Lotus. Look at this. This is not a part that is open in the base game. Or at least it wasn't, let me put it that way. I don't know now. Special possible guest appearance. I don't think she's gonna be playing, but she might come in chat to say hi. Or we get more judgmental about having a beard and being bald. That was words in wrong order. It's all good, Brit. It's all good. We understood it. Wait, that was only Gervain of mine then? Right. Well, there's definitely not really anything on the map. Structure-wise or anything like that. Ingani. We should go check that one out as well. Maybe we get another dialogue as well from her. Is Camargo campsite? I don't remember this. I mean, I'm not sure. I might. Let's go check that out. And then we can come up here and check that one out as well. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I should probably look around with the drone. Wasn't that campsite in a higher place? I don't know, man. I don't know. I would look up a guide. Yeah, I know what? I don't want to look up a guide. I'll find it myself. If I don't find it long enough, then I'm looking up a guide as well, but I would rather not. I like to say the emergency message has been ignored. Sounds like fireworks outside. What the fuck? Wow. You're getting an emergency message about don't fire, no fire. And people are having fireworks outside. What the heck? That's just straight up dumb. Hey, fair enough. A few hours later. We have a fire service for a reason. Right. with extra from the military. It'd be all good. It still shouldn't happen though. Emergency messages not for nothing. I just love it when people are complaining about stuff and then somebody comes up with a solution and try to actually implement the solution. Yeah, but if these other ones have to do something to be a part of the solution, they just won't. They just keep complaining. Gotta love it. All right, here we go. The little place kind of reminds me of Breakpoint. My favorite part in Wildlands? What do you mean my favorite part in Wildlands? Like my favorite part as in area, province, whatever? Or what do you mean? Or what's my favorite part about Wildlands? And what is the best of the whole you can do? So like, what is my favorite thing about Wildlands is what you mean, from what I am understanding. This was useless, by the way. Is tactile part or shooting? Yeah. Yeah, I think my favorite part about Wildlands is it being whatever you want it to be. Being able to play it however you want. And doing whatever you want. Like, if I want, I can go for a mission. But if I want, I can just walk around, drive around, fly around. Just looking at the scenery, or, I don't know, doing whatever I want. And regarding the missions, being able to play it however I want, to approach however I want, being able to play it stealthily if I want to. And well, that's how I want to, but having the ability for others to play it however they want to as well. And also being able to play with other people and see how they think, how they approach things. Very good player fantasy. That's a valid point. Yeah, I think those are the things that I like about Wildlands. Even though lately we're not really playing with anybody. We did play a little bit with Lotus and Lone, but that's about it. I kind of wish we could play with some other people as well. Or well, with people. Appreciate answering the question, please. All in chat as well. What is yours, Shadow? What is your favorite thing about Wildlands? Okay, we had absolutely nothing here. I have freedom to play the game exactly how I want to. I'll learn to be more quiet, though I don't want to. It's always good to learn the stealth part. I like to hear the sounds of reload a gun in this game. Okay. What is this? This is like the mine or whatever. Well, I don't know. Oh shit. That actually discovered the entire outside of the map. Going out here. So yeah, this is how this entire space that is discovered outside of the map is where you cannot go in the base game, where you're gonna start getting it's gonna say that you are out of bounds. Now, Leo, I didn't break it, and they broke it. They left it all the way to the edge of the map. Not like in the base game, further like in a bit. And side missions as well, like they're no particular order to play it, at least not for me. Right. Another thing that I like is the ability to do your own, to have your own fun. Like when we did our own missions, that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about, that I mean. Where you can just come up with your own missions. And it's not just us. There are a lot of people online that do that. They use the already existing world to come up with their own missions. Actually, fun fact, I guess I should say. Fun fact, there is like, actually I think it was Yulu who told me about it. Or maybe not, maybe it was one of the French guys. I don't know. Yeah, I think it was one of the French guys. Somebody made like template, I guess, that you can give to an AI, and the AI is gonna make you a mission, basically, in the game. Like, it's gonna give you the objectives, is what I mean. I don't know if there is a newer version of that, because when I saw it, it was way back when I got it. And I checked it, and back then it was like, it wasn't too, how should I say it? It was only a few things that you could do, as in not too much of a variety of things that you could do, but it would basically choose you random locations where you would do those things. I don't know where. I'm sure I have that link somewhere, I just don't know where. Hey, check this out. Clocks don't have things anymore. The arms. At least not this one. I mean, this game, GTA 5, is the two games I played the most for a really long time. You're right. That seems like such a forever ago. It was a few years ago. Yeah, I have no idea. No idea. No clue. Where those documents could be. And that's 7 more documents. That's like still a lot. 7, right? 3, 3, 1. Yeah, 7. 7 more documents. That we don't know where they are. And like when I first started playing Wildlands, like MG, I was in an entire state of mind
We got
and a whole
tangos.
different
Danger close.
lifestyle to go. I see
Tango
what you mean.
spotted. Right by that stack of tires.
We are coming up to them. He's coming around. Shit.
Looks like we've riled them up. We're cool.
How did I miss that? That did not look like I missed. No, whatever.
The drone is
Like
up.
those two games bring me back to the fun days of gaming. Right. Okay, I think it's just these two guys left. I think there are a total of 3 guys, maybe 4.
Estamos en la última posición del enemigo. Se
Y se
fueron.
ocultarán en las sombras donde solo la luz podrá hacerlos salir.
Yep, it was just those two.
Good shooting. Let's clean up and move on.
Right, because it was so new back then. I don't know. It was definitely a different feeling at the beginning. Hey there, sweet. Lotus,
Buenas.
welcome in, welcome. There you go, guys. Your Lotus is here. How are you doing, Lotus? The clocks signify the briefness of fleeting moments, the stillness of silence during stealth operations, and are an abstract depiction using a physical representation of the waste of time that is to think about why the clock has no hands. Okay, Leo. Let's see. Okay, no, there are hands here. So I guess it was just that one clock that didn't have hands. Not much online for a bit. How come Bulan are running Lotus channel? Wow. Just wow. Made me a cup of tea yet? Or is breakfast tea on? How did GTA go? Lotus. Ask for refunds? I only support Bulan. What the heck, Shadow? No fruit tea. GTA is going good. Very chill. Are you still in? Trying to make money. I see. No, stuff tastes and smells like paint. Dinner mixed with fruit shoot. What the heck, Brit? Blasphemy, I can't. Having a beard and being bald. What's that about? BRB. What the heck, Shadow? Now, quick. Our Shadow is away. Let's change back. I have no idea how y'all enjoy that stuff. Well, different tastes. Too. It says hello, everyone. Hi, back to Lone. Alone, our alone. Yeah, Lone Wolf.
I'll drive.
Dude, I can hear you. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm in. Let's go.
Shit, why does it not show? Come on. What the fuck? So messed up. Okay. Ah, that clothing ain't right. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't see anything. How can you even see?
My penitentes come from places like this. Our leaders make slaves of them for industrialists in La Paz and around the world. Now, we set our own wages. For every lie, we take their tongues. For every smile, their teeth. For every laugh, We tear their jaws out of their faces. When a man begs without a jaw, he looks very much like he has just realized his mistake. I believe he has. You'll see what I mean.
Okay. He said he was hungry, right? Who said was hungry? What? I heard you switch clothing. Wow. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I see how it is. Look, I have to limit that to like 5 or 10 minutes or something. You got an entire, I think an entire hour or some shit like that. Me being all yellow. I see how things are now. Now? What do you mean now? So Lotus, where are you coming to play with us? The new missions. So we do the new missions for you as well. And also, when is Lone gonna continue with his missions? Okay, wow, that was kind of useless. True colors are revealed every stream. I don't know what you're talking about. I've been like this and I've shown it. I'm not afraid to show my true colors. The heck are you guys talking about? Okay, this is probably another place which we should. Sorry, serious. I'm gonna get that other place as well. We should do those soon. So, wait, soon? Is that what you said, soon? Ah, come on. Yeah, soon. Yeah, I'm up for it anytime. Lotus returns to take control. He says maybe next week, but no promises. Like always. Alright. White and black colors. Hey man, you do and have fun. Not gonna lie, I was enjoying the yellow. Just sad. It was such a short-term dream. What do you mean short? That was so not short. The heck? No, I'm not taking control. I'm just taking everyone's food. You know, I'm hungry. Why are you taking everyone's food? You want us to die of hunger? Is that what it is? Want us to starve? Starve to death? Wow, Lotus. Just wow. Shit, what's up with these guys? What the heck? I look away for 1 second and they're in the middle of the road. Starving the audience. True colors. Right. So short. Yellow, go yellow. What the? Hey there, Silver. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Shit. Come on. You see that I'm coming. And this is a main road. Sheesh. Try take my food, I dare you. I mean, Lotus didn't say no. I don't know, I just think you guys wouldn't want me to go hungry right now. You're gonna, Lotus, just one more day, actually less than one more day, and you're gonna have some good food. Some very good food. I won't take it. You'll give it to me. Wow. I won't take it. You will give it to me. Wow, Lotus. The fudge I ate. Literal highway robbery. You're gonna have my old frozen diced avocado. What the heck, Lou? Doing it so far? Yeah, eat something if you're hungry, Bulan. I will. I should. Not gonna be eating. Not gonna be. I swear I can talk. Not gonna eat now during the stream, but I will. I will eventually. Frozen diced avocados. What? Yeah, what? All frozen diced avocado. See, this is where I see your community's true colors. Bulan ASMR. There's no Bulan ASMR. Even though some people that are not currently present, and I'm not gonna name, were coming to my stream as an ASMR. My color is green, like the avocados. The heck? There we go. That one as well. La Torre de Arayobaya. Leaving? Where are you going? Are you going to find your colors, Shadow? You can always tell how much people care when it comes to food. Real food is share. Oh, Jish, how are we stuck here? Almost. People who don't share food are evil. What do you mean? Or maybe they're just hungry. This is not going well. Okay, let's try and get to that road, side road, whatever. You know, I don't like whispering whatsoever. Right. That I know, that's why I have the moist whisper. What to share if eaten all. Like Joey said from Friends, Joey don't share food. No one's that hungry. I mean, I am pretty hungry. You can even eat it all. Are we talking about serving a food from a meal, or are we talking about taking food from someone else's plate? Yeah, apparently I was meant to share my fries that one time. Do it, and I will play the flute for a lifetime of support. Do what? You can play the moist yourself. It's right there. Wait, that sounds out of context. Maybe there be a lurk. Alright, thank you for a lurk. So I have to work on my stream. Yeah, if it's like a large amount meant to be shared, fine. But if it's a plate serving, nothing gets taken off. I ain't sharing my food. Let's go down on that other road and just follow that. I hunted for days to get that food. Hunted for days. You were hunting what? Wild potatoes? To get that French fries? To be frank, I did eat a tray of tiramisu.
I envy you, seeing the spire now that I once saw in a vision. Burning. I was the one on fire, not the spire. My skin peeling away, my eyes turning to foam. Through the flames, I saw my people broken. And I took them to my breast. I fed them upon my blood. And when they had sated their thirst, the sun turned black. I awoke. I knew that my children must feast on flesh in this world so that they may dine with God in the next.
Okay, we're getting all sorts of dialogues, well, I guess monologues from her. In different places. I love sharing food, actually. I love cooking. I just live by myself. You don't want to know. Hunting a McDonald's employee, right? Those long minutes staring at the freezer in the grocery store. That kind of hunting, right? And going out in the wild and eat some as well. Quick question about the game. Was that found recording or a radio message? That was a random radio message, like a random voice message from her. We still need 7 more files to find. And have absolutely no clue where to look. She's the enemy, yes. The crazy part, I live 5 minutes away from McDonald's and I hardly ever eat there. Shit, I can't see anything. I guess I'm not even supposed to. Oh, there we go. Same, to be honest. Me too, but I order. I order from 5 minutes away. Let's actually come here. Damn, your radio communications is compromised, dude. It's always been. It's always been. even back in the days of the base game. Kebabs here is more common than McDonald's now. Oh, we have a bunch of places of kebabs as well. Kebabs and gyros, gyro, however you guys want to say, and shawarma. Those are the most common things here. Gyro is a part of a plane's navigation. Yes. Like in space. Yes, I know that that's not what I'm talking about. Add an S at the end of that word. And that's what I'm talking about. And yes, some of the people, US people, they call it gyro. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. We here call it gyros. That's what, or gyros. That's what we call it. So I'm just saying what I'm hearing from you guys. Ah, look, another question mark. There's probably nothing there either.
Deploying drone.
Yep, there isn't anything there either. What the fuck? I love kebabs and durums so much now. That's food to me. And if you take that away from all I say is good luck. In America, I've only ever heard it called Euro. What? Oh, what the heck, Brit? Hey, do we have that thing here? Are we in the right place? We are in the right place. Do we have the witches thing here? I wonder. We do. Interesting. They didn't take it out. I've heard Euro a bit too. Too bad we can't go to the rest. Oh, and we cannot interact. Okay. That they took out, the interaction. And pressing of the button. Alright, let's keep going. There should be some tangos here, I would presume. Some penitentes. Although I don't see anybody. So maybe not. The car is there. That's usually there. It is empty. Interesting. Okay, they didn't put anybody here. They took away Santa Blanca, but they didn't put the penitentes here. Jeez, I'm downloading the Vol 13 mod for Fallout 4. 17 gigs total. Did you see the video that I posted, Lou? And the Ghost in the comms center? With the mods for Wildlands. Which is which? A witch with a wand which has magical powers, or the witch whose switch is on the fritz? What the? I'll double check. Okay. It's from that guy. What is his name? I can't think of his name. I kept seeing him. Deef. Right. Deef. Deef. Alright, that's that. That's, oh. Why? Oh, dang it. Now we have to go back. For 9 clicks. Sheesh. Nope. I'm gonna teleport and go there. Since last week, by the way, they did have an update for Wildlands where they supposedly fixed some issues on the Steam version mainly. And I think the thing with the Intel CPUs. And it actually took me and Jet a bit to be able to join the game. We did have to restart Ubisoft Connect and do shit so that it would work. Is there a gaming championship on? A gaming championship on? What do you mean? I'm gonna watch movie and chill for the night. Thank you for the stream. Thank you as well for awful spelling and for your patience. Stay safe all and enjoy the stream. We do appreciate you all. Alright, Shadow. Awful spelling, what? Are the Intel CPUs fixed confirmed? It's what I've heard. It's what I've seen on their Twitter that they posted. And I can actually confirm the fact that there was an update. I cannot talk about I cannot confirm the Intel CPU fix though, because I don't have an Intel CPU. I mean, my awful spelling, not yours. Yeah, Shadow, thank you very much for coming in and hanging out with us all this time. I do appreciate it. And you have a good time there. A good chill time. I enjoy your movie and stuff. Dude, my spell check gives up on me. Okay, add that video to my watch later. Yeah, you can basically see at the end what's happening. The things. What do you call it? Haven't we been here? I'm a bit confused. Anyway, yeah, you can see at the end of the video what mod he's using. A couple of them are his mods, from what I understand at least. That one of them definitely, well, mod. It's a shader, basically. Bulan's intel on Intel is incomplete because he doesn't have Intel on Intel. What the heck? No, I don't have Intel. I have AMD. I use an AMD CPU, not an Intel one. How can we get there? We could follow these. I can make that worse. I'm sure you can.
Buckle up, people.
Man, y'all never let me drive anymore. Just 'cause that one time?
Yeah, just because that one time. Oh, there comes Unidad. What the heck, Brit? Yeah, I'm not even gonna read that. What the heck? With your Intel thing. How far do we have to go? Okay, we can still go. Okay, I did put it on the road. So we should be fine. Come on, you're the dad. Keep going, keep going, keep going. I'd like to be able to go get down there today. What the? You too, Leo. Et tu, Brutus. Okay. From here, we can just go down. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna follow this until there is a bifurcation. Here we should take. I can take this for a little bit and then go off-road. think I still have stuff that I didn't finish in Narco Road. Like side missions is what I mean. I definitely finished the main mission, but I think the side missions I didn't finish all of them. All right, that was that too. I have no idea where those Lazarus files are. With the latest mods, right? That's a good question. And those mods work with the latest update. I was actually thinking about the same thing with the FPS mod, if it still works. Or did I just do that FPS swapper for nothing? Alright, I'm gonna call it, but one last thing that has to be done. What the heck? Alright, see y'all next time. Alright, Brit, thank you for coming in. You have a good one there. Oh, by the way, Brit, merch. Merch, we finally have merch. You can advertise it. Not that kind of merch, but yes, merch. Yeah, yes, merch. No, not March. Yeah, that one. Exactly. And one of them. What the heck? Okay, meanwhile, I'm looking. Meanwhile, I'm looking at, what do you call it? At the files locations. So let's see. There's mugs and badges and flags and gators. Yes. Oh, we have a few things. And I will add to them some other things as well. Not alligators, because that might be illegal. What the heck? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna be selling alligators. I can tell you that much. Okay. Public, let's actually see. Public transport. Did we get, yes, there. Burning toll bridges. Wait, what? Our name is burning? Is that what that means? I guess we don't have that. So burning toll bridges west or left of San Miguel ruins. It's west. It is. That is -17. Oh, something. 088. -5951. -5951. Wait. $59.51. So here. Okay. Let's go check that out. If this is a thing, then there are a few places that are not marked on the map that are marked on in the main game. So I do wonder if those are going to be the places where we have to go to check for the Lazarus files. So
I'll drive.
Go on, I'll be right with you.
let's see about this. This is the place where we turned off the jammer, but we didn't go in any further. We didn't clear any further. Because it felt like we didn't have to.
They're gonna see you. Hold up.
Chill.
Sniper up in the tower.
There we go.
Eyes up, gunman. Over there, next to the container.
Oh, I have to go in again. I have a feeling to take off the jammer. Yep, it's working again. So we have to take it out again. Turn it off again. You know, what I wish they would have added, the same way that they added this thing with the jammer, the persistent, the jammers. I wish they would have, not jammers, SAM sites. Persistent SAM sites. I wish they added the same persistency for jammers as well.
That whip's got an alarm.
Are you literally just seeing the car that we came with? What the heck?
I got a target here.
Drone
By
is
the turret.
airborne.
I got a generator over here.
I have a feeling there are going to be a lot more in those tents.
I got eyes on an air defense system.
We got a mounted weapon.
Oh, we have a guy up there. And there are probably guys back here as well.
We got a mounted weapon.
No heavies, okay.
Y los penitentes cargarán con el castigo del resto y pondrán de rodillas a los...
Let's clear all the tents.
All right, that's, I count 15 of them.
You still counting them? I just say many and kill them. Good thing that they are sleeping. So if you take them out while they are asleep, the guys that pass
Hold up, they're gonna see you.
won't notice that they're dead. They will think that they're still asleep. I shouldn't take these kinda dangerous shots. If there were somebody in here and came out and had seen the body, and get alerted. So, where the heck would that thing be? Those documents.
Que la causa me llene de un fuego radiante para reinventarme como su digna llama.
Maybe downstairs?
Enemy activity, stay
Stay sharp.
There it is. Okay. Burning toll bridges. Unit report on the assault of an officer in a remote village. Incident during a routine security tax collection. Villagers refused to pay their dues, said they had no more need of unit protection. Standard procedure was followed. Next day, local officer was found flogged to death in the plaza. All villagers gone. They seem to have left their belongings. Some tables were still dressed. Remaining officer found babbling about angry spirits. Investigation ongoing. Okay. All right. No smoke without fire. San Miguel ruins. That would be the one that we found here, I would presume. Yeah. All right. Hanging out, outpost 1788. Wait, 88. Uh, 59.95. 55.95 at this outpost. Okay. All right, let's test out the APC. Driving it. That is.
I'm in. Let's roll.
Okay, I guess it's a little bit less. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit better, but I still cannot drive. Never mind. I wonder how explicitly dark this add-on is. And the fact the next game is taking inspiration from Ready or Not and Modern Warfare 2019 campaign. I wonder if Project Over will be a tonal shift to a bit darker. Yeah, it's gonna be... I'm curious. I'm curious what's it gonna be like. Project Over. I do hope that I'm gonna get the access to test the alpha or beta technical test, whatever the heck.
Go ahead, I'll meet you.
I did register to it, so hopefully. I don't know, but I just have a feeling that all of these things that we're doing here is... It has to do with Project Over. Puerto Chico. I'll read up in just a second. I'm gonna go around to enter the same way that we usually enter in the base game, where we have to tail the guy. Since I'm not sure where exactly the document is. Let me actually check if it says anything about the exact location. Or it just says the outpost. No, it just says the outpost. Hanging out. Okay, we'll see. Anyway. Sure do as well. Least of all because if the game is garbage, I won't play it. Now I would give them the benefit of the doubt that the technical test is not a finished product. But do you really think Ubisoft treats it like it's unfinished? Oh yeah, I think they do treat it like it's unfinished. I think the problem is that they don't treat the
Sniper, top of the tower.
unfinished product
Okay, we're cool.
as finished whenever they release it. I don't think it's here, but it's worth a check. I guess maybe I should activate the HUD thing for this interaction shader or interactivity shader or whatever the heck. I'm pretty sure the technical test is mainly to make sure the game works and the servers work. Yeah.
We got bad guys.
Why didn't you mark him? He was right there. The fuck? Oh shit, that sounds like the APC. That sounds like somebody got into the APC. Come on,
I have a
get
shot.
out.
Engaging.
Why? What?
Sniper.
Fucking bullshit. Alright. Huh? And by the game works, I mean that it doesn't just crash right away. Not that it's buggy.
The drone is up.
I don't know. I guess we will see. This location always has a random guy go into the APC. Good to see Ubisoft didn't change it. Yeah. As I said, they didn't change anything. All they changed is the names and the looks. That's it. Other than that, it's still the same. Like with Santa Blanca.
Heads up, we got a turret.
Same places, same everything, basically.
That makes 5.
I got eyes on a Jenny.
Alert's over, let's get back to work.
All right, breathe easy.
Geez, what the fuck did I hit?
Okay, we're still good.
Oh, come on.
That was close.
They changed more than that, but it's still a relatively light add-on. The price we pay for it being free. I guess. But then again, the operation model and for Breakpoint was also free and it was pretty good.
Get down before they see you.
I did.
That one's sporting 2 guns. There, by the container.
2 guns. What? Okay, that was totally on me.
All right, breathe
Was
easy.
that 200?
I got eyes on
I'm
mounted
not
weapon.
going to do that. Here's the other one.
Sniper
Also
up in the tower.
200. Okay, where the heck should I even start looking?
Okay,
Hi,
cool.
bye. Those were some files. I think I hear some. Yeah, I did
Another
hear
cultist.
somebody.
Point him out.
Over there, next to the container.
Moving to position. Relax.
I should have not taken him. Oh, you're here. I thought he would go up some stairs and see the body. That's why I marked him. Well, I guess it's not here. I did take him.
Sniper,
Are
top of
you
the tower.
serious? They didn't fix the respawning, that's for sure. And they actually added some in other places, like this. I do hear you.
Think we're all clear now.
I don't think so.
Heads up, we got a turret.
And we still have to get the other, what's it called? The other jammer as well. The one that's in there. There are still
Sniper up in the
tangos in
tower.
there as well. So, when I played it with Jet, we were having tangos in there.
Eyes on a gun turret.
And I have a
Make
feeling it was because of me, because I finished, well, basically the mission, the first mission that's here. Because when I played it and when I saw somebody else play it by themselves, there were no tangos in there until, well, spoiler alert, I guess, until you looked at the documents. Hey there, Jet. I don't think it was the proper way with you. I think it was the bugged way with you. How are you doing, Jet? Where the heck is that document? Shut up. Still at the bay house fishing. Oh, okay. Did you catch anything? Holding a rod right now. They have cell signal here now. Okay. I guess that means that they didn't before.
That was close.
That wasn't that close. What are you talking about? Not sure if he was alone up there. I guess he was because nobody hears my shots.
Still good.
Hello?
Hang back before they spot you.
They're toucan. Yes, spot, birch, and croaker. Okay. And no idea, besides the perch, about the other two. Just keeping the perches though. How's the game going? It's trying to get the last, I think now 6 Yeah, the last 6 files, Lazarus files. But they are in places that are not marked. So... did look for them for some time. Didn't find them. So I started looking for a... what do you call it? I started looking online for them. And now just
All good, all clear.
going after that.
Look alive, we got company.
Trying to find. But even what I found online, it doesn't tell you exactly where the file is. Like for this one, it just tells you that it's at this outpost and that's it. But this outpost is huge, so I'm gonna have to look around for the file. Unless it's the freaking... okay, wait a second. Wait a second. Outpost. Hanging out, it's actually 2 of them. Hanging out and Lyroma. Hanging out. Lyroma. That's that. So there are 2. Hanging out. I do have this already. Dang it. No smoke without fire. Okay. Unit at distress call. We did get that already. It should be up here. Unit at distress call. Okoro. Body cam download. 3rd story mission location. Body cam download. Oh, that's this. Okay. Name Deep in the Jungle. 3rd story mission again. The same place. I think Deep in the Jungle is right here. Okay. Thanks to what okay. File name. Scrawled node. 3rd story mission location. Basically the same place almost. Actually, let me check this first. Scrawled node. Okay, that's something that we don't have. That was Puerto Chico no Bujio. No, yeah, actually, yeah, it is Bujio. And it says, wait, which one is this? This one. -16, 61. Okay. 60, 71. 60, 71. So it is here. All right. I guess that's our next place. Croaker's croak. Sound like the predator. Make a bit for you next time I catch. Been releasing them. All right. I was about to ask, but I didn't want to be presumptuous. Yeah, probably should have checked first. And of course, we cannot teleport to Pujio. So we have to teleport to Caimanes Bravo. So we still have 6. That's going to be one of them. So there are basically 3 Lazarus documents here. I know that we picked up one actual document. And then there was also the video.
Let's go.
The body cam. And then there is another one.
Fucking hell! Shitballs.
We might just walk there as well. It's probably faster than this. We are only 400 away. Ooh, I do wonder if they respawn here. We're just gonna drive in. But it seems like they didn't, so I guess those spawns are just for the mission. It seems all empty. Wow. Including the freaking servers or whatever the heck they are here. Is it in here? In the front? Wow, the jammer is not here either. Not in the back either. Is it up there? No, there can be inside. It is inside. Broad note. Directives given to the invaders who sacked Vargas Villa. Free the country of traitors who would sell it to devils. Uproot corruption and reclaim your birthright in its stead. Alright. Okay, what else? Via Verde. FOB Tucson. Pros and cons. Okay, first let's see. Let's not do the same shit again. Pros and cons. There, we have it. Alright. The power of a mask. We did get that, I think. The power of a mask, there we go. File name invite. North or above both the FOB Tucson and ore storage in village. Not labeled. Not labeled? What? Oops. Oh shit. I just saved some posts that I didn't want to. Whatever. Okay, I think I don't have this one. So let's see again. Where is it? Okay, north. Wait. Via Verde. Tucan. North of FOB Tucan. Oh, I actually want to go there as well. But not now. So north of both FOB Tucan and ore storage. This is the ore storage. This is the village. I have to search the entire village. Let's see. Maybe we can get the better 1559. 5976. 5976. So somewhere in that house. It seems like. Can we teleport any close? No. All right. Let's drive there. I don't know how I feel about this. I kind of like it, and at the same time, I don't. The fact that they sort of kind of hid these documents.
To the market, Jeeves.
They still have posters of Pakatari after 4 or 5 years. All over the place. What the heck happened here? Am I going around? Actually, no, I'm not going around because I do have to go pretty far. This is actually the same route we took for the mission. So far, at least. Yeesh. Did that truck literally just disappeared. Or is it this truck? It might be actually this truck in front of us. But at some point it just literally just disappeared from the minimap. Alright, here we are in La Marquesa. There are tangos here as well. And it's right here. Evidence invite. Letter from an ex-Qatari 26 rebel to a family member. In all the years we fought the cartels and their militia, nothing changed in the barrios. The same look on people's face. We won, but we didn't succeed. Taking a greater evil down allowed lesser ones to grow in turn. But she is different. Io. She won't let bureaucratic cowardice stand. All our promises she will keep and more. She will break the will. The people, the barrios know it too. For the first time, the light of hope reached their eyes. For them I will take the mask, and so should you. So the rebels went with her as well. That's what I'm gathering from here. Right, next. Ines Apaza. Already got that. Dead drops. That sounds familiar. Yep, there we go. Resurrected. I think I saw that too. I guess I not. I guess I not. I guess I didn't. All right, resurrected. East of the where dead drop. What the heck? Outpost. Okay, whatever. No, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so outpost. Let's do 1491. 1491. 6065. 6067. Exact 14. Okay, so it's this. But this says exact 1495. 1495? 6047. There you are. Okay, sure. If you say so. That's where we're going then.
And that, my friends, is a rifleman.
Tell me where.
Near that stack of tires.
Interesting development that the rebels joined her. Nice plot twist, Ubisoft. Clap. So that's what, 5 left, I think. Or 4 left. 5 or 4? 4. We should make a YouTube video out of these. So that people can check it out and see where to find these documents. I'm sure somebody will, though. Why are these roads so trafficked? What the heck? So many vehicles. Okay, where is this? Shit. This is enemies, is what this is.
I'm shooting these fuckers.
Son of a bitch. Still saw me.
Deploying drone.
Where are the others? There's these two. I hope so. No, that's not just those two. There we go.
We're clear.
And where? Out here.
When I died, oh, I was dead for 1,000 years. I watched the sun turn round the earth. Countless discrete parts. Infinite connections. Only the dead can truly see the machine of God. God's clockwork is a gun. And I am his trigger. When my eyes finally opened and I looked upon the faces of those who healed me, I realized that you, my penitentes, will be his bullets.
I'll drive.
Okay. What does penitentes mean? Meanwhile, let's see the next one. Resignation. Resignation letter. Is this the same? I'm not sure. But I think it is. Alright. Scavenger. I think I saw that. Scavengers. Oh, yeah, scavengers. I can't read. The Lone Whisper. That was right here somewhere. The Lone Whisper. Blood of Bolivia. Blood of Bolivia. Balance. Balance. Twin Angels. Via Verde Airport. I didn't get anything at Via Verde Airport. I know for a fact that. So, Via Verde Airport it is. It's not even that far. Okay, there we go. That is so interesting. Just a second, guys. Right. Alright, sorry about that. I just wanted to check something. So, we have here the airport. This is gonna be in the ATC as well. Or ACT, whatever. Actually, that's true. It might be here in the terminal. Let's see. Theoretically, it should show up whenever we get close. That's what I saw.
Hey.
In the other places as well. Oh, it is here. Twin Angels. Page ripped from a diary. The text seems to refer to Ines Cortez's deceased twin daughters. A pair of angels grow older for the last time. Their king of a father invited all the knights in the realm to celebrate them, honor them, crown them. They laugh and dance and don't see the tiaras turning into shackles. The first time, I too remembered it wrong. Now birthday gifts turn into severed heads. The last one is mine, but they will never see it. They will not cry if I do it for them. for their next birthday, I will get them sparks of arson and justice. Okay. Which one was this? Twin Angels. The final countdown. Actually, I have two. No, there are three. The final countdown, our future. And this was one of the other ones. At the end of the mission. Okay. The final countdown, our future. Neither of those, so those are the last two. Alright. Near the final mission above the Y intersection of the outpost. Okay, final mission is Alta Gracia. Here. Above the intersection to the outpost, so it's probably here. And the other one, location Via Verde docks. Exact location. Let's see about that. 1453. 1453. 5985. There. I actually been around there. I guess I've never seen. I'm not gonna take a car. I'm gonna just run there. Oh, wait. There. Okay.
We got company. Stay sharp.
Almost ran us over. Almost. Yeah, I know that there are tangos here. Like down there. And on the opposite side of the river. Yep, it's right here. Our future. Page ripped from a diary. The handwriting seems to match Ines Cortez. I gaze upon the stars, and their light tear my skin apart to reveal untold secrets. Secrets that were put there before I was born. Soon their tears will blend with my tears and drown all the crows who peck at the land. May they choke on silver and dirt. Down their throats goes my land. It swells until their tongues fall off. Then we drag their filthy bodies onto the sea. Away their corpses go. In my mind the stars have all fallen, and my people dance in the dark, inside the freedom of truth. And that should be the last one that we're going for right now. I mean, I presume it's there. It said above the Y. It's funny, Jet killed those guys there.
We're good.
I don't think he went there to check. I definitely didn't. last file. The very last file, guys. And after this, we're gonna check what Leo was asking in ghost mode, if we have the settings. And after that, I'm gonna call it, because it is late. It is just past 2 a.m.
You guys see the size of this chapel?
Could be Las Santeras' main church. Definitely worth checking out.
Bowman, we're approaching La Santera's chapel.
Good work. I doubt she'll be in, but with any luck, you'll get your hands on Sueño's Bible.
Bible?
You heard me. Sueño's thinking of his legacy. He asked La Santera and El Cardinal to write Santa Blanca's very own Bible. Part of his plan to turn himself into a legend. More immediately, he wants to make himself and the other bosses look good while cementing the loyalty of the Sicarios.
So he probably won't mind
There
if
should
that
be a
book
couple of
recruits
guys
a few
here.
more gunmen and spreads a little fear.
La Santera and El Cardinal are working on the text, but it's not done. If La Santera loses the work they've done on it, she'll be out in the doghouse. She must keep it somewhere in the chapel. Get there,
Or not.
find it, and steal it. Putting her on
I
Sueño's
guess or
ship list
not.
will make it easier for
Maybe
us to
they're
take our
inside.
operation apart.
Oh, I see windows. Birds in my bedroom. They wear the mask of God. But their invisible intentions are the workings of the enemy. In this very moment, I hear their talons clatter on my roof, waiting for my eyes to close. Come now, transgressors! I do not need my eyes to peer into eternity.
Okay. Yeah. And what are you doing here? Right. All right. Well, that was all the Lazarus files. We got them all. I don't need this anymore. Oh shit. I might need that. Yeah. We got all the Lazarus files. So now let's check out ghost mode. If the new settings are there for ghost mode as well. If they are, then that's gonna be interesting. All right, ghost mode. Yeah, sure, let's go with the level 6. Doesn't matter. Oh, there are no world settings. That's different already. Well, let's see when we get in what we're gonna have. So if there are no world settings, that means you cannot change. Well, I guess you can still change time.
I've got an update for you. In light of all the damage you've been causing in Inca Camina, the Cabras demanded a sit-down with the Peruvians to renegotiate their deal.
Cost of business just went up for Santa Blanca, and they want to sweat the Peruvians to lower their prices.
Exactly. We've got a time and location for the negotiations. When the Cabra and her counterpart meet, take her and her Peruvian counterpart out of the picture.
Roger that.
All right. I have no idea what I was doing, but I guess I was doing that mission. Anyway. No, there is no world and session settings in Ghost mode. All right. And what about the options? There are no options either. Well, not those options. I see the new options in the HUD are here. What was the other one? In the gameplay, the team composition is there. Okay. I think that was it here. There was the new thing. The ghost parameters, which are not here. So basically, no, you cannot change the stuff in ghost mode. Ghost mode seems to be exactly the same as it was before. You can still do the time of day and stuff down here on the map, but not in the world settings, world and session settings. And which kind of sucks because that means that you can't do the SAM sites persistent either. It is literally the same way as it was before. Oh. Oh well. Oh well. Wow, now there's almost no reason to do ghost mode. I guess so. Well, I do still want to get to tier 1 in ghost mode. That is still whatchamacallit, a goal of mine. So hopefully we will. No prestige grades. New changes don't apply. Right. Well, I think it was Cavo. I think it was Cavo that actually tested it out. And you do still get the prestige credits for doing things for the very first time in ghost mode. But yeah, you can buy only boosters with that, so it doesn't really do much. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say. These changes are like... they're fine, but there are things that have been taken out, or that I don't know. I have conflicted feelings about this, about all these changes. Conflicting, I guess, feelings. But anyway, that is going to be it for me for today, guys. So thank you very much for y'all for being here. We shall see. Maybe, hopefully next week we can do both the Predator and the Last Rites missions with Lotus, since, I don't know, seems like it's her stream from now. And I'm just a guest streamer on my own stream. But yeah, I do hope to see you guys on the next one. And until then, I wish you all a great day, night, evening, morning, or whatever else applies to you. You have a good one there, guys. Bye-bye.